All right, party people. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good one. Let's get our dashboards fired up here. Oh, that's not what we wanted. What do we want? We want this one. There we go. Rock on. Per usual, folks. Make sure you signed up at Kipper Money. Come by, say hi, earn some Quai. We got a lot going on over here per usual. Checking in on the soap dashboard. This is a good number here. You know what I really liked earlier? Dude, almost 2.6 million total revenue right now. Approaching 38 million in total Quai burned. Ballin'. Guys, look at this hash rate jump on Shaw and Script. If you didn't catch the news, massive, massive burn just happened, completely altering the tokenomics of Quai Network. Shout out Alan for some of the banger tweets here. Which one's my favorite? This one. This one's a good one. Here, let me zoom in a little bit. When the Quiet Network community says do your own research, not financial advice, it's literally because we want you to do the research, not because we haven't validated it ourselves. What other layer one is doing 40,000 a day in buybacks with 0% inflation by 2029? What other blockchain is mined by three different algorithms simultaneously? Crypto has become so backwards that everyone is expecting teams to grift an exchange launch versus actually ship products and grow the pie. The Singularity Fork is what is called what it is because SOAP's buybacks plus forfeited insider unlocks. Forfeited insider unlocks puts you, yes, you guys, in the driver as the driver where Quai Network goes. The team is here more dedicated than ever. You just have more skin in the game now. Da, 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 da. Did anyone else see forfeit insider unlocks? If I could freaking spell. Huge, huge update, guys. So super excited about this. Today, what are we grinding on today, y'all? We are nearing the end of a major refractor on Quai Vault. So FYI, I had to add some features to Quai Vault, which opened up some insight into how we can make this probably the most secure multi-sig that's ever been created. Yeah, you heard that right, guys. Potentially the most secure multi-sig that's ever been created. Now I went deep on this over probably the last 4 days. But ultimately, it boils down to this, okay? When we look at products like Gnosis Safe, right, the architecture is highly composable, okay? So all their, not all of them, but a lot of their features come from additional modules, guards, and handlers, which, you could sum up as just modules here. Quai Vault has integrated all of those necessary security features on chain. Okay. The configuration risk in a composable setup is really high, right? Security depends on correct assembly. Okay, compared to Quai Vault, which has baked those security properties into the actual contract. Okay. Um, time locks. Okay. This is a huge feature that you need when you're moving massive amounts of funds, right? Ultimately, like if you're storing like millions or billions of dollars in a vault, it's a big target. It's a big target. So, in the off chance that your keys are hacked, say the owners of the vault, their keys get compromised. Um, you can configure your vault to delay execution. Even after the transaction's been proposed and all those compromised keys have approved that said transaction, okay, there that you have the option to time lock it, right? Which means that, you could set up your vault to not allow execution for a few hours, a few minutes, a few days, weeks if you'd like. Um, and that's crucial. That's crucial. Now, keep in mind, there's a lot of like thinking that went into this. So, in a situation when keys are compromised, okay, somebody's going to try and transfer billions of dollars out of your vault. You're going to catch it. You're going to see, oh, there's a transaction to move billions of dollars out of my vault. I need to stop it. Okay. Now, if you set a time lock on these transactions, you will still be able to make administrative changes without that time lock, right? That protects you, it protects your funds, and it prevents, attackers from like instantly draining your wallets. So that's huge. Additionally, this nonce model that Gnosis Safe has implemented for handling transactions is actually a DDoS vector. Who would have thought, right? So if you have a transaction that you're trying to stop, you submit another transaction, okay, to adjust your administration or change your configuration. The attacker can just put a transaction on top of that endlessly, effectively blocking your ability to execute that transaction that you just put in there, okay? I ran into this issue on Gnosis Safe and didn't even realize it, right? But with Quai Vault, it's hash based, right? What that means is that you can approve 3 transactions in any order you want, and you can execute them in any order that you want, okay? So attackers trying to, block your sequential ordering of, your transaction execution due to this sequential model here, that's not an option on Quai Vault. Okay. Let's see here. Approval invalidation. Um, Safe doesn't do any of this on chain, believe it or not. So we've made a massive improvement there by enabling on-chain approval and unapprovals of signatures. Okay. No clock gaming in our time lock module here, or time lock feature. And yeah, the rest is, TBD. But ultimately, major refactor implemented here. We spent a lot of time, I'm talking days, on these smart contracts and days on the indexer to make sure it is bulletproof. So right now, we're walking through, let's see here. Right now, we're walking through some updates to the front end to make sure this thing is good to go. So I'll go ahead and slide this over here so you guys can see it. I'll just do a few tests so you guys can see this thing here. Let's do, here it is. All right, and then we'll get to playing around with Entropic. So here I have a vault. You can see we support holding ERC20s, NFTs, and also this trans token here, ERC 1155s. So we actually have a pending transaction to transfer NFT number 5, that's this one here, to our other vault over here. that holds an NFT. This is the Mojis project on testnet. So we're going to go ahead and approve this. And you'll see there's been some new features added in order to support all this stuff and some nice quality of life improvements here. So we'll go ahead and knock this one out. There's one approval. Boom. We'll switch accounts. Okay. Now, this is an instant transaction. There is no time lock on this vault. If you look at this vault has a minimum 5-minute delay. Okay. So now when we approve it, we're going to hit that threshold, right? Now this was always in the contract. We just never elevated it. But now we're going to approve and execute in one transaction. Beautiful. Beautiful. Boom. All right, that was executed. Okay. Checking in on our history here, we see this NFT transfer was executed. Sent it over to this wallet. There it is, number 5, sitting pretty in that wallet there. Cool beans. You notice we have send buttons here. Okay. So I have this test token here. We're going to send some test token. I'll send it to this address here. Let's do 0.05. And we have some advanced options. All right, so check this out. We can set an expiration on our transactions, right? This is um, a feature for, just maximizing operational efficiency. Excuse me. For people who use these things in enterprise situations, right? So right now it defaults when I set the current date to the current time. I'm going to go ahead and increase it to 53, right? And let's propose this. So we can set expiration dates on these transactions now. Okay. So boom, transaction proposed successfully. Moving back here. Boom. So we see it expires in 37 seconds, right? Now, if I keep refreshing this, I think I gotta refresh the whole page. Boom, 23 seconds. So we will let this transaction expire, and I'll show you guys that one. You notice we have these fancy buttons up here too for interacting with our balances of tokens, NFTs, and trans tokens. But let's do another transaction. Oh, of 0.05 here. And here we're going to set an execution delay of 5 minutes. Okay. So even after approval, we will not be able to execute this transaction for 5 minutes. All right. So let's propose this. Meanwhile, our other transaction should have expired at this point. We'll get back to it in a second. Boom, boom. Look at this. Transaction expired. Okay. So this execution delay is 5 minutes. Now this clock does not start until all approvals have been met. The approval threshold of 2 approvals have been met. That's when the clock starts on this execution delay here. If 2 owners approve this transaction, the clock starts. Okay, if somebody revokes their approval, the clock doesn't stop. Okay, that's another security feature, right? Preventing DDoS from a compromised wallet and compromised owner here from being able to block transactions. Um, Another owner can then approve to meet that threshold, and then if the execution delay has passed, they can go ahead and execute that, right? Another thing that can happen is once approval has been met, they can do an on-chain multi-sig process to cancel a transaction. Okay. Um, yeah. So once approval has been set, nobody can cancel the transaction without an additional approval process by the rest of the folks. So here we have an expired transaction. This transaction will never be able to execute since it's expired, so we'll go ahead and expire it. Boom. Transaction expired. Okay, so let's approve this, right? That's approval one. Boom. Confirmed. Done. We can refresh that. And we can move on to the second approval here. Now you notice it's not going to let me approve and execute. There's a time lock on this transaction, right? But this second approval will start the clock on that execution delay. Okay. So now keep in mind, this is on top of a vault wide execution delay. Okay, so if this vault also had an execution delay of 5 minutes, the total execution delay would be 10 minutes. Boom. Done. Cool. Clock is ticking. Okay, so we won't be able to approve this transaction or execute this transaction for another 4 minutes. We can, however, cancel by consensus, right? So to demonstrate this, to demonstrate, these execution delays further, okay, this vault has a default time lock of 5 minutes. So if I were to propose a transaction to say that vault, and I was to add another execution delay of 5 minutes, the total execution delay would be 10 minutes. Okay. Another check that we're doing here is say I expire, right? I set the expiration before the end of this execution delay. It's not going to let me do that. Expiration must be after the execution delay elapses. This is enforced on chain as well. Okay, so this will not work. So just a little demonstration there. Yeah, so new features here. You can interact with your token holdings directly here in this wallet details balance. Um, you can also interact with them here by selecting a token. You can pick your NFTs that you actually hold. You can send, ERC 1155, say I pick this one. I can send, however many I actually hold, right? I'll be honest, I don't really understand this token standard. I don't get it, but that's neither here nor there. Um, Additionally, we can also interact with smart contracts, right? So here's the Moji's NFT collection on testnet, testnet.themojis.com, right? We can drop this contract address in here and we can interact with it because the ABI is pulled from IPFS. I can go ahead and mint a new NFT to this wallet, right? Shows you the raw data if you want to see it. But let's go ahead and use this vault to mint an NFT. So just demonstrating all the functionality here. The last one we'll do is show you that self calls or transactions, proposed transactions that interact directly with the wallet itself cannot be time locked. They can be executed immediately, and that's for security purposes, right? If you set a default time lock on a wallet that's been compromised, you need to be able to recover that wallet. Um, so that's super important. So we'll go ahead and mint this NFT, approve and execute. I love that feature, by the way. Gosh, that makes testing so much faster. I tested approve too. That works, obviously. We just approved. Boom. Done. All right. So now if we refresh our NFT holdings here, let's give it a second. Boom, there it is. We just minted a new NFT. Man kneeling, facing right. Good old emojis. Good old emojis. So here's time lock. Okay, we can update our default time lock vault wide, minutes, hours, or days. We can change the threshold, right? Let's um, let's drop this one down just to show you. These cannot be time locked, and they will always be able to execute immediately when approval threshold's been met. Boom. All right, done. So notice that we're executing these in parallel here. I just proposed a net new transaction. I can interact with this one, or I can go down here and I can execute this transaction now because the execution delay has been passed. So let's execute this. And then we will update the rest. The next big step here post refactor, guys, is to update our documentation. There's been a lot of changes for the better, a lot of new features, a lot of additional security implemented for people who are holding massive amounts of crypto. So big stuff that we had to implement in order to fully support the DAO launcher. So that's where we're at. Boom, approved. Let's move on to the next wallet here. Approve and execute. Gosh, I love that feature. I don't know why we didn't implement that in the beginning. It was totally an option. Anywho, transaction approved and executed. Should get an update here shortly that the threshold has changed. There it is. Threshold changed. Nice. All right. We also have this beautiful history here of all our token transfers, social recoveries. We have a failed transaction. We have expired transactions. 2 of them have been canceled with a total of 34. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So that is looking really good, folks. It's looking really good. I think I've tested pretty much everything else at this point, minus adding and removing owners, but that's pretty simple here. Let's remove this owner. And oh no. We had an issue. No, it's on chain. go? We had an issue, I want to say a couple hours ago here. There it goes. Boom. Success. Done. All right. So there it is, folks. There it is. I will likely push all these changes to prod here momentarily. But we need to jam on Entropic, y'all. Like if you haven't seen it, Entropic is the bee's knees. Let me pull this up real quick. We'll throw on some tunes and we'll take a quick pee break and get back to this. Excited to play around with Entropic for you all today. I've been kind of jamming on the background on it. But if you guys haven't seen it, you gotta try it out. You gotta try it out. This thing is super cool. Best harness for OpenClaw I've ever seen. So we'll be messing around with this in a second. I will be right back, folks. All right. What up, Steph? Holy cow, we're cooking right now. I don't know if you caught that quick demo of the recent changes to Quai Vault, but we'll probably run through them again in a little bit. Where are we at right now? All right, so we're running through. We want to play around with some skills with Entropic here. So, FYI, I have Entropic running on a MacBook. I am actually on my Gentoo Linux system here, so we will be we will be using our MacBook on the side to install these skills in Entropic, and then chatting with Nova. Or Nova's the name of my Entropic bot, just FYI. Here, and we're working on a dashboard. So as you all may be aware of, there is a freaking war going on in Iran. So let's see if I can pull this up. Here it is. Okay. So we got the chatbot loaded up here. Let's move this over here. And I had it build me a dashboard. And it's not that great. But we have this new skill now. So let me show you guys this dashboard here. And then we'll try to install this skill. So here's the dashboard. First of all, you might be wondering, how do I get Entropic to build me a website that like I can view publicly? There's a great platform out there called here.now. Okay. It's really easy to set up. It just needs your email address. And you get an API key that you can use with your AI agent to deploy websites. So, um, yesterday actually, I deployed chitao.org. Now I purchased the domain name, but just so you guys can see it, I asked it to build this website, and I had no idea what it looked like. And then Alan told me about here.now, and so I just told it to deploy this website to here.now, and it looks absolutely amazing. I absolutely love this. Like total like one-shot prompt, build me a website for the Tao of Chi. So, yeah, if you want to know how to deploy websites with Entropic, just point it at here.now and it'll deploy websites for you. So the websites are ephemeral, which means that like eventually they will disappear unless you create an account and you claim them. But yeah, guys. Welcome to chat, y'all. Welcome to chat. A Gallia Rept. I think I'm finally figuring out how to pronounce that. Welcome, welcome. You guys know the deal. Retweet these spaces. Let's bring more peeps in here. Make sure you're signed up over at kipper.money. Definitely want to hook you up. Did I spell that right? Oh my gosh. But everybody who says hi in chat, guys, we're gonna hook you up with some. We're gonna hook you up with some Quai. So coming in hot. A Gallia Rept. Boom. Here we go. Let's tip this one. There you go. That's how easy it is, folks. Some people were having issues signing up with Kipper.money. That issue has been resolved. So apologies for the disruption, but go sign up at Kipper.money, y'all. Retweet the spaces as well. I got a grip of these Quai branded Tangem hardware wallets, still fresh in their plastic, ready to give away. We just got to hit 1,100 followers, okay? 1,100 followers, we'll give away. What? That is not what I wanted. We will give away some hardware wallets, guys. Best way to secure your funds. Make sure you snag those. Okay, we need to install Strike Radar because this dashboard is trash. Terrible trash dashboard. I want a bird's eye view on what's happening in the war in Iran, and I'm gonna have Entropic like build me a dashboard that I can use to stay up to date on everything happening in the war in Iran. It's yeah, it's just not I'm not happy with it. It tried. It tried. My prompt was probably terrible. But Strike Radar is a skill that we can probably install. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to search for Strike Radar. And we'll try to install it. There it is. Alright, install. So one of the cool things that Entropic does is it actually scans these skills for security issues before installing them, which is huge, absolutely huge. Okay, Strike Radar is installed. Let's go back to Nova. Let's have a conversation with this guy. All right. I think we need to start over entirely. Wipe the current dashboard and rebuild from scratch. Additionally, we just installed a skill that can help us out called Strike Radar. Strike Radar. Who's calling me right now? Nobody important. Um, let's investigate that skill to see what it can do for us and use it to build out the ultimate dashboard for informing us on the current and developing situations on the war in Iran. And then we wait. What's up, guys? Yeah, this is gonna take a second. While that thing's cooking, I'm gonna get. I'm gonna check my bullet journal over here, guys. Quai Nation space today. Freaking hell yeah! New builders showing up every day. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just checking some boxes here. Yeah. Nice. Let's see here. Let's go over to railway. We have a major change to the environment variables. Let's see here. Come on. Let's see here. Yada yada yada. Testnet. Yep, yep, yep. Alright, update those variables. And we gotta go super base. Boom. Alright. And let's we'll push that and deploy. Alright. Entropic's still cooking, guys. Still cooking. Again, this dashboard, not that great. Really like the Tao of Chi website. I keep wanting to say DAO, but in crypto that's just confusing. So I'm gonna keep saying Tao. Come on, Entropic, you can do it. Mm, our variables didn't update. Remove. Dang. Nova is taking its time. Alright, there we go. Indexer is up. Cool beans. Alright. What the heck, Nova? Taking your sweet time, I see. Let's see what this strike radar skill can do for us. Oh, request timed out. Try again. Come on, Nova. You can do it. You guys like the name of my bot, Nova? There we go. Okay, it says rebuilt from scratch plus integrated strike raider end to end. Excuse me, then publish again. This is a brand new Iran War Executive Operations dashboard that is CEO first posture. What changed? What to do now? Status driven. Cool, cool. Event driven. Source linked. Nice. Alright, let's see what this looks like. Alright. We now have an Iran War Executive Operations dashboard. One or more categories show red signals, treat operations as disrupted, and plan for rapid escalation. What changed in the last 24 hours? Parties and missile threats. Onboard cruise ships struck in the Middle East crisis zone. What we should do now. Freeze non-essential travel until aviation status stabilizes. Run enhanced sanctions plus counterparty screening. Confirm shipping routing. Interesting. Active disruption in Hormuz. Latest events. USS Shoop holds change of command ceremony. Credible reporting unconfirmed parties and missile threats. Onboard cruise ship struck in Middle East crisis zone. Ooh, it's got a link. This is at 10:44 a.m. this morning. Interesting. Jonathan Trilly owns Richard Blumenthal with his own words for trashing Trump. That's hilarious. Alright, alright. So, this is better. Springfield community gathers to remember 35th anniversary of Desert Storm ceasefire. Let's check this out. I do not accept the cookies. 2 days ago. Interesting, interesting. I like this map. This map is cool. Okay, let's ask Nova. How can we enhance this dashboard? The links are hard to read on the dark background. I like a dark theme, but we can probably improve it. Additionally, if possible, if I could spell, let's get a map that marks locations impacted by reported um, news/events. All right, making progress, guys. It's all right. It's all right. Strike probability model, news escalation, flights over region, energy risk, stable. Okay. Let's see if I can translate this. Can I translate this? Can we translate this? I don't think so. Come on. Alright. Nova's cooking. That's ready to go. Let's head over to Vercel. Let's get ready to update. Cool. Publish 2 big updates to the live dashboard. Link readability. Updated CSS so links are much easier to read. Added a map with markers for impacted locations. Let's get better link density and implement noise control. Let's check out this dashboard though. Oh, dang, we got a map now, guys. Heck yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Nice. Progress. Progress. Remove. 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 Oh, this is the wrong website. Alright, we're gonna have to work on this. Let's go this one. This is what we need to work on. Alright, let's remove this. Remove this. Remove this. Remove that. Remove. Alright. Add environment variables. Let's grab these from over here. Oh, correct. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. That's good. This is going to be testnet.quai.org. Save. All right. All right, Nova's cooking. Is Nova gonna time out again? Oh, guys. We are officially beta testing the new blip. Super stoked for this. Nova, what's up? Implement both better link density and noise control and push the update live. On each event card I added small domain chip, yada yada yada. Let's refresh. Let's see what this looks like. Alright. Cool. Alright. What other information might be useful to track? And how can we better present the information to make it easier to consume? So guys, like I said, I'm just chatting with Nova here. We're using a skill I installed called Strike Radar to get updates on the war in Iran. We're using here.now to have our AI agent actually like publish a website. Uh, and it's just freaking cooking. So a few next level additions to make this dashboard feel like an operator's console instead of a news page. People, travel risk, maritime logistics, cyber connectivity, comms reliability, escalation indicators, how to present it better so it's easy to consume. It's recommended we do a 2-speed layout. CEO summary plus drill down. Top should answer in less than 30 seconds. Operating posture, 3 to 5 key changes, 3 to 5 actions to take now. Since last update. Okay, confidence plus impact labeling. Reduce cognitive load in event lists. Map cluster, only impact items. Add country actor panels. Um, let's implement all suggestions. Do it. Ship it. One prompt. Implement all suggestions. And we'll see what this thing looks like here in a second. Nice. All right. All right. Um, and I really don't know, Veronica. Um, all right, you know what we're gonna do? Veronica needs our help, folks. We're going to get this dashboard to a working state, and then we're going to try to integrate some more skills here. I'm thinking about trying stock analysis and trend radar next. Let's try. Let's try. I'm just gonna start installing some skills. Let's install summarize next. Come on, Entropic, you can do it. Man, this thing takes a while sometimes. Alright, we got summarize, skill installed. Let's install trend radar. Why not? Why not? Done. Um, maybe this AI Intel radar. Let's try that one. Come on, Nova. You can do it. Oh, nice. All right. So what did we install? We installed summarize. I think okay. We got AI Intel radar. We got strike radar. We got trend radar, and we got summarize installed. What else should we install? What skills do we need here? Stock analysis. Let's install that one. Oh, all right. Implemented the next chunk of all suggestions plan. Diffs. Ooh, ooh. Are we ready for the refresh, guys? So, what did it say? It installed noise control, faster to scan event cards. Man, this looks like a complete refactor. Let's see what this looks like. You guys ready? Boom. Israel attacks Iranian leadership meeting about Ayatollah secession. Ha! Hilarious. Nice. Senator Ruben Gallego claims U.S. went to war on somebody else's word in Iran. Iran attacks threaten economy with more uncertainty around inflation. Okay. Okay, what else we got down here? IDF strikes secret. Dang. This is more news than I've seen ever in one spot about it, I'll be honest. Rescue flight sent to run for Britons stranded in Oman. Trump orders U.S. Navy to prepare providing escort for tankers through Strait. This is interesting. Well, that was a quick story. Gosh, I'm so glad AI is reading these stories for me instead of me. Like, look at these websites. These websites are terrible. Oh my gosh. Like, screw these websites, man. It's just freaking ads. Ugh. Ugh. That's the one good thing about this, guys, is I don't have to read these websites. The AI reads it for me. Okay. So we're trying to install the stock and analysis skill. Let's tell Nova we installed some more skills. Okay. We installed some more skills. Trend, radar. Um, what else did we install? I can't even see it. Gosh dang it. Stock analysis is still installing. I think that's gonna. Can we leverage those in this exercise? let's just let's just find out if we can leverage those in this exercise. What up, AIOB? Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. We're playing around with Entropic right now. Trying to build me a Iran war dashboard. I want to know what's happening to the minute. But glad to have you in chat. Let's hook you up. How's your Tuesday going? Oh my gosh. If I could spell. I need to be able to spell. That helps. QM, sir. What do you think about this news, man? This is huge. Huge tokenomics update, right? Am I right? Boom, boom. Still waiting for the Windows version. I hear you, man. I hear ya. I want a Linux version myself. We're running it on a MacBook over here, kind of chatting with it on the side. Let's see what it just said. It just got back to us. So I said, so we've installed a bunch of skills. I'm trying to install stock analysis right now, but it's just kind of sitting there. We'll see what happens. But we installed a bunch of skills. Um, says yes, but with some constraints based on what's actually runnable in this environment. Strike rate of works already leveraged. Yada yada yada. How we can leverage it more. Add escalation signals panels to show all 8 signals. Show delta versus last run. Add spark lines from the history arrays so you see trend direction, not just number. Expose news, top critical headlines directly in the dashboard. Polymarket skill installed but can't run here. Okay. Summarize skill installed, but CLI not installed here. Summarize binaries and present, so we can't use it directly. Oh, interesting. And the stock analysis. Oh, I gotta snapshot that. Um, Summarize skill installed. But CLI not installed here. That's interesting. AI Intel Radar plus Trend Radar. These are aimed at AI tech, not geopolitical ops. Also, Trend Radar relies on web search, and right now the web search tool is returning 405, so it's not a good foundation. Interesting. Okay. Let's do this. Uh, Investigate the summarize skill further. This should be fully installed. Can Entropic trade on prediction market like Polymarket? Yes, it absolutely can. I have the Polymarket skill installed. It says it requires Python 3. Let me. I should have Python 3 in this version. Hold on. Let me check. But yes, as you can see, or maybe you can't see it here. Here, Polymarket skill is installed, but it requires Python 3, which should be on this image. I'm not sure why it's not. The skill installed. The actual summarized CLI library is not installed. I gotta take a screenshot for the team here. Copy, click over. Okay. Alright. Copy selected text. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right, we'll have Nova smoke on that for a little bit. AIOB says, I think it's only Quai expert, but it's insane. It's actually not trained on Quai at all. FYI, it's literally just using AI models accessible via OpenRouter. Now, that is the next step for the team, 100%. So stay tuned on that. Have I paid any penny for using Entropic? I have not. Not me personally. I'm on the company account, trying to break this thing. We're building products. I do pay for Claude Code, which is what I use to build out Quai Vault and the DAO launcher. But yeah. Yeah, no, Entropic's great. I have OpenClaw running on another machine, but honestly, meh. It was such a pain to set up, and honestly, it's kind of a pain to maintain. When Windows version? Alan's working on that right now, man. I promise. I promise. He's working on it. It's right around the corner. It's right around the corner. It's thinking. It's thinking. Here, let me try shrinking this thing for you guys so you can actually see it. Yep. So you can see it thinking. Oh my gosh, is it really that tall? There we go. Nova's typing. It's typing. What up, Dan? Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. Hope you're having a good one, man. Appreciate the retweets, guys. Guys, quote tweet this space so I can give you a tip. Let's bring some more peeps in here. I want to give away the rest of these tangent wallets, guys. We got a grip of them. Alright, here we go. Done. Both items implemented and live. Alright, let's see what does this look like? Posture elevated. Fears over food shortages in Tehran as residents worry about length of war. Battered and isolated, Hezbollah drags Lebanon into another war. Oh, dang. Okay. This is crazy. Battered and isolated. Hezbollah. Oh, you guys aren't even seeing this. My bad. Let's zoom in a little bit. Hezbollah drags Lebanon into another war. Israel strikes Lebanon after Hezbollah rocket fire as Iran conflict widens. Okay, I wish I had links to these. Trump threatens to cut all trade with Spain over lack of Iran strike support. Iran vows to cripple Middle East economy. Interesting. All right, let's ask the AI here. Um, can we get links to the strike radar news headlines? This is interesting. Change of command ceremony happening in Japan. Yokosuka. A guided missile destroyer, USS Shoop, held a change of command ceremony aboard the ship. This is inspiring. More. Oh, dang. Ah. More than what you do is who you are. The adversary can prepare for what we do. They are not prepared for who you are. Choice words. Oh man. Okay. This is fun. We'll see what this latest update gets us. Ugh. And then we'll try a new skill that Christopher built. Oh. Oh man. I got the hiccups. But this is okay. You know, not like super amazed with it, honestly. But it's useful. Definitely like helping me read the news. Man, a lot of these news websites like absolutely suck. Like look at this news website. It's just like, oh, this one's not so bad, but like, oh man, just bombarded with ads. Like this is sucking up my bandwidth. So, if you want like to build your own custom news dashboard, this is great. You know, like if you don't want to have to click through all those terrible websites. What up, Energy? Welcome to the chat. Glad to oh man, glad to have you. Let's hook you up. Been a while. Haven't seen you in a while. Oh jeez. How's your week going, man? Oh, fuck. Ah, got the hiccups. Oh jeez. Busy in the Matrix. I feel you. Oh jeez. All right, let's get these links. Entropic, come on, I want to click on these. What what AI models am I using right now? This seems really slow. One GPT-5. I might try switching. What other options do we have here? We got Claude Opus. So I might try switching to Claude Opus. And see what happens, cause this is really slow. I'm running GPT 5.2 right now. Energy says soon there's gonna be more agents online than people. Yeah, man. I can totally see that. Like, I mean, like, so this is like really important news, right? Trump threatens to cut all trade with Spain over lack of Iran strike support. But when I click on this thing, it's just like a terrible website, right? Nobody wants to read this. Nobody wants to go to this website. But if the AI agent can like read it for me, it's much better. I mean, like, I'm. Where's the fucking article? Like, these websites are terrible. Iran vows to cripple Middle East economy. And I can't even read it. uh Terrible. Terrible. But this is an okay dashboard, I guess. Okay dashboard. Um Entropic is taking its sweet, sweet time right now. Like I said, GPT 5.2 should be done by now. What the heck? Alright, well, while that thing cooks, let's see what's going on over here. We're trying to build out the new docks. All right. Yep. Timed out. All right. Let's get another screenshot for the team here. Any update on Entropic for Linux? Nah, man. Team's working through. Team's working through the Windows port right now. So Windows next. Then we'll likely see a Linux release. Trust me, I want a Linux release myself. I'm actually running it on a MacBook over here, chatting with it in Telegram. And yes, that is the dead internet theory. Yeah. That being said, though, right, like, if nobody's online, nobody's advertising, we can actually, like, read these websites now. It sounds like a Linkin Park song. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Man, I haven't listened to Linkin Park in forever. You big Linkin Park fan? That's what's up. Generated from data brief.json. Data brief.json. Hmm. Interesting. Man, this thing is really slow right now. And I don't know why. I don't know why. You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna race. I'm gonna race another AI agent against Nova. That's what I'm gonna do. This is what we're gonna do, guys. No, let's not do that. All right. Well, it finally responded. All right. First things first. What I need to do. Um, is Python 3 installed on your system? We need to ask this question. All right. I'd like you to build out a dashboard for tracking the current war in Iran with the latest events and news with um, complete with a map. Alright, let me show you guys what I'm doing here. We got another AI agent. We got another OpenClaw, not Entropic, that we're going to race against Entropic right now. Let's do... There we go. Okay, so we got Talon over here, Nova over there, and we're gonna race him here. And we gotta share a screenshot. Alright. And post it on here.now with this API key. Let's get this API key here. Copy, paste. Alright. Let's let it cook. Let's see how long this one takes. This one's running Minimax. We're gonna switch. Look, this thing's cooking. We're gonna switch Nova over to Opus and see what happens here. Let's switch. Let's switch. Yeah, we're switching. We're switching Nova over to Claude Opus. We're using Minimax with Talon on the left here. Let's see what happens. I don't know why, but Talon wants to deploy to Vercel. Is it gonna deploy to Vercel? I didn't even know it had access to Vercel. No, I told you to use here.now for deployment. Uh, do your research on here.now. I have an API key you can use when ready. Got it. Here.now uses. Alright, so it's publishing. Iran War Tracker is live. That was quick. Alright, let's see what this looks like, guys. The next version. What? What? I'll show you guys what this looks like. Okay. Conflict zone, capital, strategic. Okay. However, I'm not seeing any latest news. We will likely need to use a skill like strike radar or anything else you've built to discover uh, events and important news related to the war in Iran. Well, this dashboard's just prettier right away. Supposedly I can get a news API key. Get API key. Register for an API key. Enjoy, Dan. Have a good day, sir. Thanks for swinging by. We're gonna elevate this while I create a news API.org key. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Nice. I got a news API.org key. Copy. Alright. I signed up for news API. Here. I'll show you guys what I got going on here. Let's bring this back. News API key. Let's implement this in our dashboard. I also have a news API key now. Oh, the bot is still provisioning. Okay, Nova's kind of broken. Let's see. Let's see what this looks like now. Let's refresh. Do we refresh? There we go. Gas and oil prices soar. 6 minutes ago, 5 hours ago. Well, this isn't really 48 minutes ago. This isn't really sorted. What's going on with Entropic? Let's try rebooting Entropic. Oh, no. Might be healing. Live. Looks like here. So you guys can see what's going on. Looks like you failed to edit. What is this? Country? Iraq? Interesting. Uh, oh, says it succeeded. Let's refresh. Interesting, interesting. All right, well we got. Show you guys what we got here. We got this going on here. We got. Here, let's put these side by side. We got this dashboard going on over here. Alright. I mean, I'm not sure which one's better right now, to be blatantly honest with you. Alright. Let's go back to the bots. Entropic. Here. Let's take this screenshot. FYI, I tried changing the models, both general and coding, and got stuck in a loop, it seems. Alright, let's restart Entropic. Quit. Let's fire it back up. Anyhow, well, while Entropic fires back up, how can we improve this dashboard to provide more relevant information? And make it more engaging. Oh, dang. I might have just broken my Entropic. Timeline of events, casualties and impacts. Tried restarting Entropic. Looks like my state is jacked. Timeline of events, casualty impact stats, map markers, X Twitter feed, real-time takes from analysis. Let's implement all of them. Why not? Screw it. Just do it all, AI. Why are you even asking me? Why are you even asking me? Just do it. Just do it. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we're gonna check in on this. Man, guys, Minimax? It's already done. It's already done. That's crazy. All right, let's see what this looks like. Boom! Crazy. Let's just do military updates. Network funded by Pro CCP Tech Tycoon targets Palantir amid anti-U.S. pro. What the freak? Diplomacy. Khamenei is dead. Who's in charge of Iran? Oil. Nothing. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Okay. Can we click on this link? Yes, we can. Pro-China network funded by American Marxist tycoon plans protest against Palantir in Florida on Tuesday. Oh, that's old news. Oh, that's old news. Putin offers to use links to Iran to help restore Middle East calm. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. What else is going on? What are we seeing here on the map? What are we looking at? Underground nuclear site, nuclear facilities, nuclear enrichment site, nuclear power plant, Strait of Hormuz. Alright. I like it. Okay. That's looking better. What else can we do to improve this? Strike location. Kuwait. Reported Iranian strikes. Riyadh. Reported strikes on Saudi Arabia. Tehran. Israel. Reported strikes. Interesting. Oh, you guys aren't seeing this, my bad. Talon says live market widget, oil, gold, Bitcoin prices. Hell yeah. X Twitter feed, incident log, email alerts. Nope. Uh, let's do the live market widget and X Twitter feed. Let's go. Oh, is Nova back? Nova's back, y'all. It's typing. Seems so. It's just really slow. Takes forever to respond. And I totally drained my credits down to 95. What? What models are we using here? Oh, we're on Claude now. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Nova's on another dimension. I don't know what it's doing. It's typing. It's typing. Uh, Talon decided to just I don't know what it's doing. Are you working in the background or something? What are you doing? Just totally lost connection to Talon, I think. No clue. No clue what's going on with Talon. Let's well, it's running. Hmm. It's probably thinking in the background. I'll be right back, folks. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do new. Start a new session. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You know what I'm realizing, guys? Like, once you start getting value out of these agents, it's like really addictive. And like, one little thing goes wrong, and you're like, what the hell? Like, things start getting like really frustrating. Alright, we'll let those things cook in the background. I need to. We need to check in on these docs here. Yeah. So let's see here. Getting started. Configure your vault. Deploy your vault. Start using your vault. Security model. Whoa! Whoa! What's happening here? What is going on? Holy cow! It finally caught up. Did you guys hear that? Holy cow! Okay. All right. Well, supposedly made some updates here. Let's take a look. Hey, we have links. Okay. Interesting. Alright, alright. What changed since last update? Current statuses. Yada yada yada. Credible reporting. Oil pulls back after announcement of U.S. guarantee for tankers.
Down in the dirt where the sun won't shine, I was digging holes for a nickel and dime.
Okay.
Whiskey breath and
All
my
right,
best
let's
friend
try
left.
something. Now that Nova's back,
Dreams I lost
um,
in the devil's key.
we need to here. Let me show you guys what's
Oh,
going
the
on here.
chains they
We need
forged
to
will tear
refactor
apart.
this.
Broken choir,
Actually, no.
rebels heart.
Let's build a new
Build
dashboard
the climb,
using a skill
a
uh,
new age born.
we just developed.
One block at a
I'll
time.
attach it here. All right, so Christopher built a skill
Meet kings with their paper crowns,
to help miners find the best prices
trading
on
lies while we all
hash
drown.
rate. Um,
Central hands clutching every grain, but we
let's see if I can
hold
track
the
this down.
torch to break the chain.
Yeah. Okay.
Ashes to ashes,
Let's
frost
download
to
this.
dust. In code we
Mining
trust.
hardware aggregator.
In
All right.
code we trust.
Let's try this one, guys. Attach document. We're going to attach mining hardware aggregator. Let's see what Nova can do with this thing.
Oh, the chains they forge will tear apart. Doge and Quai, a rebel's heart.
Come on,
Stack the
Nova.
blocks, build the
All right, in the background here, I gotta work on these docs. Let's see
climb. A
here.
new age born.
Oh, Talon's waking up.
One block at a time.
Man, I realize like I need to like
Towers
reset my
fade,
expectations on responses from agents versus
locals
interacting
told
directly with the
it
AI.
would wait, but the miners sang their hammers rang. Rise, oh rise, a new age sang.
Talon. All right, it's working. It's working. All right, that's cooking. Meanwhile, let's snag these environment variables. We gotta add these. Both these AIs are cooking. It's hard to tell which one is faster at this point. Did it actually update the dashboard? Oh, it doesn't look like it. Melania Trump presides at UN Security Council meeting on children in conflict as U.S. attacks Iran. Japan today. Iran conflict disrupts oil supply to Asia countries dependent on the Middle East. Spain denies use of bases for U.S. forces involved in war in Iran. Oh, look at that. Talon auto-corrected itself. Hmm. Well, Nova is still thinking on Opus, and Talon is doing something in its own little corner. There, Talon. Let's go. Okay. All right, we got a dashboard. Nice. Um, did we publish the dashboard to here.now? I don't think it published.
Under neon haze, I was lost in the spin. Coins falling through my hands. The house always wins. Burning
Come
in
on.
the fire
You can do it.
of the old machine. The printer roared its hunger obscene. The whispers in the code, they called my name.
All right, we got a dashboard. Let's check this out, guys. So, one shot prompt with Christopher's cooked up skill here. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Heck yeah. We gotta share this with Christopher here. Not bad, guys. What do you think of this? All listings, script, Shaw, best deals, overview. Nice. Let's make a cron job that updates this dashboard's data every 10 minutes. What's Talon up to over here? It's still thinking. Okay, except we completely lost the home page. Let's recreate that. Start. Yeah, guys, we totally lost our Iran war dashboard over here. This is looking good, though. This is looking real good. Nice. All right. Let's go back to the Iran war dashboard. We have a lot of skills and resources. Here, I'll show you guys. Rebuild that from scratch to provide the latest news and events while making the dashboard as engaging as possible. FYI, this is our current Nova Iran War dashboard. It's alright. The Talon one was like way cooler looking. This is what Talon ended up with after trying to implement some changes. This is the mining hardware aggregator. This is pretty cool actually. What happens when I click on something? Nice, it goes to the website. Best efficiency. Is this website even gonna load? Doesn't look like it. Let's try this one. Nope. Kaboom racks. Yeah, these websites aren't working. What about this one? Nope. No dice. No dice. Well, looks like the links are broken. Crypto Miner Bros? That works. Kaboom racks? No dice. ASIC Jungle? That one. Oh, 404 on that one. Gold Shell? That one works. Talon's really struggling with this dashboard. This is not the music we want to listen to. What'd you guys think of Pavel's song this morning on Quai Nation? Talon is really struggling to write a big file right now. stove is responding. All right. Let's check it out, guys. There we go. That's not bad. Holy cow. Interesting. Interesting. This is like way better dashboard. Look at this, guys. Okay, we gotta claim this slug. Let's iterate on this. So, FYI, when you're using here.now, your AI agent can create a website for you. Okay. Without an account, but it's ephemeral, which means it'll disappear eventually. Um, which means that you'll have to claim it. Um, and then going forward, you'll want to use your API key to continue to update it. So, heck yeah, guys. Not bad. Not bad. Alright, I claimed the page. Use this API key going forward to update. Oh, did I run out of AI credits? Finally? Yep. Womp womp. Womp womp. Well, heck yeah, guys. We just used Entropic. One shot. Created an Iran crisis monitor. Uh, this URL is claimed, so it's not going to disappear. It's also not updating, but all that is easily resolved with some more API credits in order to tell the agent to maintain this dashboard. Um, super cool, guys. Obviously, Claude is way better at like one-shotting these dashboards. Um, Minimax did an okay job, but this one way better. Oh, Minimax is responding. Let's see what it says. Okay. So, for reference, this is Claude Opus on Entropic versus Minimax on OpenClaw native, and it failed. Looks like the right failed. The dashboard is empty. Smoke on that, Talon. Yeah, guys, check this out. This is super cool. This is pretty cool. It took us a while to get here. We're using Strike Radar, a news API, but yeah, not bad. We got duplicate news headlines here. I got him before he got me. Interesting. Interesting stuff, guys. Talon's Talon's still cooking in the background there. Anywho, not bad, not bad. We're out of AI credits on Entropic, so we'll have to bug the team about that. But pretty cool, guys. I mean, you can one-shot build websites like this. Like that's what's up. Data from Strike Raider, News API, and Gadelt. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. All right, guys. Talon is cooking. We'll let it continue to cook. We'll check back in on that later. Um, Entropic is out of credits. Out of credits. Womp womp. But yeah, guys, man, what else have we got going on over here? Folks, make sure you say hi in chat if you're swinging by. You earn free quiet just for doing so. And spread the word, because we're trying to give away some Quai branded Tangent wallets. Oh, it's getting better. Still not that great. I like this. I like this. Uh, Also, this for miners using a skill. Christopher cooked up. Not bad. Not bad. I tell you what, guys. Like after trying to build websites for freaking decades, AI is so useful, right? Like just like having to like theme everything and stylize everything by hand is such a pain in the butt. Such a pain in the butt, especially in the age of like Next.js and Node.js. Just like not fun at all. Um, this is way better, way better. So, anywho, folks, with that, let's see what's going on over here. No vault, create a vault. Are we on? Are we on Orchard? Yeah, we're on Orchard. All right, let's do Calypso and y'all and this one. Deployment failed. Ooh, we gotta work on this. We're working on the Quai Vault front end, folks. So let me pull that up. There it is. There. Y'all should be able to read this now. What's Talon have to say? Whoa. Oh man, it is just looping. Quibot. We're adding a whole new feature to Quai Vault, folks. The ability to sign and unsign messages. Huge feature actually, and we're just gonna YOLO this thing to prod. Screw it. All right. Here we go. Adding message signing and fixing vault deployment. Alright, let's see if this thing builds. Done. Alright. Let's let's refresh. Actually, what happens when yeah, we gotta refresh. Alright, let's try this again. This wallet and this wallet and this wallet. 2 of 3, 0 minutes. Start deployment. Deployment failed. New error. New deployment error. New. Okay, now I'm getting a new error. Yeah, I want to try something real quick. Disconnect. Connect wallet. Pelagus. Start deployment. Nope. Deployment failed. Let's see here. What's in developer tools? No dice. Contracted factories 3 are likely encodes data without min execution delay internally, but the implementation initialized expects all 4 arg overload. All 3 arguments for initialize on train. Give it another try. Run build. Okay. Alright. Get add dot, get commit negative m. Um, use for arg overload for vault deployment. Push. Deployed. Alright, let's try this again. Refresh. Boom. What up, Christopher? I ran out of entropic credits. Yeah, I mean, it worked great. I added, yeah, no, your skill worked great, man. Worked absolutely amazing. Deployment failed. Ambiguous function description. Back to the drawing board, folks. Need to use the full function signature. Try again. Full function sig for vault deployment. Yeah, I just asked to make I said, here's a new skill, make a dashboard. And it just built it. Where does it? It hosts the website on here.now. So it's just, static HTML, actually. Maybe some JavaScript. But it was pretty easy, man. That's how easy it is. FYI, what I did was like I just attached the markdown file into the prompt. I just said, here's a new skill, use it to build a dashboard. And then I attached the markdown file like into the chat on Telegram. Right now we're trying to fix our wallet deployments. Nope, no dice. Yeah, no sweat, man. Thanks for the skill. Stop. Take a look at Quai Vault contracts, scripts, which should have a script for deploying a vault. Are you accepting suggestions for X accounts to follow? Um, yeah, man. I just ran out of tokens though, so I can't like iterate on it and see if yeah, no more tokens. So as soon as I can continue iterating on it, I will. We just rolled out some major freaking features to Quai Vault though, and I'm just like right now I'm like trying to get this thing over the line, and I'm just like YOLOing to fucking production for some reason instead of iterating on this in development, which is probably what I should be doing. OSINT, Defender, and First Squawk. Let's check these out. Let's check these out. Uh, yeah, this dashboard's effectively broken at this point. Let's go here. Oh man, so much is new with Quai Vault. So much is new. Oh hell yeah. Freaking Blumenthal. Always trying to scare people. This is a good account though, man. I should follow this account. Boom. What's the other one? First Squawk? Squawk. Nice. Followed. Let's see if I can get this thing over the line. If I can like deploy a vault, I'll go deep, man. There is actually I'm super excited about it. I I believe I have built a vault that is actually more secure and more applicable to TradFi than Gnosis Safe, if you can believe that. All right, let's do this one more time. Build. So I hope you're on the edge of your seat because this is actually huge. And like I was trying to freaking little story. So had to add a feature to Quai Vault in order to support the DAO launcher. When adding the feature, I actually discovered um, a whole different path to building multi-sigs on chain. And in doing so, I ended up having to like analyze a bunch of different trade-offs compared to like what I had currently. Um, refactoring. Vault deployment. And I was scratching my head, man. I was like, why am I having to like make all these like trade-off analysis? Like why am I going down this path? Like why am I not just like replicating like tried and true patterns that are out there? And that's when I realized that like what I ended up creating was actually materially better than what was out there already. And we'll dive into it here in a second. Um, but in the end, what I realized is that like I didn't have to make trade-offs. I was just confusing myself and trying to like replicate something that was already out there when I actually didn't even need to do that. So let's pull this up real quick. Refresh. Come on, baby. We need to deploy a vault here. So one thing you might notice if you're looking closely here is there's a new feature you can add when you're deploying a vault. Um, and this is actually a huge security feature for vaults that need to secure massive amounts of funds. Minimum execution delay. Require a delay between threshold approval and execution set to 0 or leave empty for no time lock. Time locks. Huge, huge feature. Gnosis Safe solves this with modules, but we have it actually baked into our vault here. So effectively, if you want to secure like billions of dollars, you're going to want a delay between when everybody approves a transaction and when it can actually execute. And that's actually a security feature because if any of your owners have their keys compromised, you can have your vault drained instantly otherwise, right? So depending on your, level of required security and the amount of funds that you're actually securing, you can set a time lock. This here is in minutes, but you can actually configure it for like days, hours, weeks, what have you. That way, if somebody compromises your keys, um, and they try to drain your wallet, there is an actual delay between when the transaction is approved and when it's actually executed. And that delay can save your fucking life, right? So let's try to deploy this thing. Did I refresh this? Did I push this? I pushed it. Is it actually built? Alright, let's try this again. I might have to do this in dev. What the fuck is going on here? Copy address. So that's just like one of a few features that has been implemented here, and it has been I have analyzed it from every possible angle to make sure it actually does what it's supposed to do. And on top of that, there's valid workarounds, right? So like for example, say your owner keys are compromised, right? So somebody else also has your private key, and you set a time lock of like 3 days. Okay, so they submit and approve a transaction to drain your wallet of like $3 billion. Okay, you have 3 days to rectify that situation. You can do one or two things. You can submit a proposal to cancel said transaction, right? Or you can submit a proposal to reset the owners, right? Now, the proposal to reset the owners or cancel a transaction is not time locked, and it happens asynchronously to all the other transactions. So I actually learned a lot about Gnosis Safe and how limited it actually is for use cases like this. So it's quite unfortunate. Nope, no dice. Okay, we're going to pivot to working in dev here. Npm run dev. And let's pull this up at localhost 5137.
Timeline scrolling, block by block.
Create a vault.
Let's build.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Copy, paste, add owner.
Charts up, coffee in the paper cup, spaces on mute.
This works in
Uploading all
scripts,
the
by the way.
data
I
up,
just
keyboard
I don't know why it's
ready.
not working here.
Protocol janitor,
It's
sweeping
like
all
the
the
last thing I had
domains,
to
checking
test.
parameters. Blue check marker with the brain on pause. Talking like an expert,
Nope.
never read the clause. I'm signed in,
Deployment
signed up,
failed.
signed message verified. Why they chase memes? I just chase the wood and
No
find a light.
dice.
I'm in the crypto trenches, fingers on the keys all day. They throw shade from the benches, but they can touch what we lay. Best chain, best game, let the world come see. You can talk your talk online, but you can't outbill me. Bill me. Yeah. They yell flipping this, flipping that every other week. Pumping up a ticker, they don't even fully speak. Tell them post your research, they reply with
Hold
a
up.
GIF. I reply with a white paper benchmark diff. Timeline full of hot takes, zero computation. I'm busy pushing updates, stress testing the foundation. While they farm likes I farm blocks, that's a different
Hold
deed. You
up.
farm followers, I farm actual speed. I'm in the crypto trenches, fingers on the keys all day. They throw shade from the benches, but they can touch what we lay. Best chain, best game, let the world come see. You can talk your talk online, but you can't outbill me. Bill me, bill me,
Hold
bill me.
up. All right, we're gonna do
Fast
something
forward
different
2
here.
days
Let's
on site. Real ones in the chat, keep the mempool clean. They clap for a slogan. I'm watching the code. They stuck in the thread. I'm running in the node. I'm in the crypto trenches, fingers on the keys all day. They throw shade from the benches, but they can touch what we lay. Best chain, best game, let the world come see. You can talk your talk online,
Yep, yep, yep.
but you can't outbill me. Bill me, bill me.
Create wallet.
Timeline scrolling, block by block. Let's build. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that works.
Timeline scrolling, block by block. Let's build. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Woke up, charts up, coffee in the paper cup,
No,
spaces on
these.
mute. I'm just
Okay.
loading all the data up, keyboard
No,
warrior.
this
I'm a
should be
protocol janitor, sweeping all
working.
the junk off chain. Check the
The
parameters. Blue
create
check marker with the
wallet
brain on pause.
script
Talking like an
in
expert,
Quai
never
Vault
read the clause. I'm signed in, signed up, signed message verified. While they chase memes, I just
contracts
chase throughput
works
and
just fine.
finalize. I'm in the crypto trenches, fingers on the keys all day. They throw shade from the benches, but they can't touch what we lay. Best chain, best game,
Yeah,
let the
so
world come
time locks.
see. You
Actually,
can talk your talk
if you're
online,
interested,
but you can't
Christopher, let me break
outbill
this
me.
down for you, man. It's
They
super
yell
dope.
flipping this, flipping
Super dope.
that every other
So,
week.
big claim,
Pumping up a
right?
ticker, they don't even fully
Big
speak. Tell
claim.
them post your research,
But I
they
had it
reply with a
like
GIF.
create this
I
document
reply
for a
with a
technical
white paper
comparison.
benchmark diff. Timeline full
Ultimately,
of hot
Safe
takes,
is a
zero
composable stack.
computation. I'm
Security
busy pushing
properties are
updates,
assembled from
stress
independent
testing the
contracts.
foundation while they
You
farm like
have the
I
core
farm blocks.
multi-sig
That's a different
contract. There's a
deed. You
delay
farm
modifier
followers,
that's
I
optional.
farm actual
There's a
speed.
transaction guard that's also optional. And then you have Zodiac modules and fallbacks for handling NFT tokens, signing messages, ERC 1155 tokens, ERC 20 tokens, etc. Like all this stuff is really like outside of the scope of the core multi-sig. So we already talked about time locks. Those are baked in, right? The other big thing that makes Quai Vault different from Safe is the transaction model. Okay, what you might have noticed, but not thought too hard about, is that Safe has strict transaction ordering, right? So if you propose a transaction and then you propose a second transaction, those transactions have to be executed in order, right? Which is, in my opinion, it's a big hindrance, right? Because ultimately, if somebody compromises your keys, they could effectively DDoS your vault by like constantly submitting new transactions, right? So Quai Vault basically allows you to execute any transaction independently of any other transaction because the ordering is there is no ordering. It's basically mapped by transaction hash and not the nonce, which has to be sequential, right? So in safe, there's a single queue of transactions. They have to be executed in order. The head of the line is blocking all the other transactions, right? So if somebody compromises your vault, they submit a transaction to drain your vault. You have to deal with that transaction before you can change the owners or, solve your vault configuration in order to like deal with that attack, right? So with Quai Vault, you have that opportunity, right? If somebody submits a transaction, it's at the head of the line. That transaction might be to drain your freaking vault. You can submit another transaction to change the owner configuration or, submit another transaction to propose canceling of the previous transaction. You can handle any transaction in any order you want. Um, and that's just like absolutely beautiful. So that's huge. Time locks again are native to Quai Vault, um, and they cannot be bypassed. Okay, so they're only adjustable via the multi-sig consensus. They absolutely positively cannot be bypassed. However, you can still solve your configuration issues without a time lock. So that's your fail safe if you get into a situation where you need to fix your owners, right? So those two, um, basically, like the transaction ordering was set up by default when I first built this thing, which put me in a position where like I had to do all these like trade-offs when I was trying to build something that looked like safe, and took me a while to realize like we actually had something better than Gnosis Safe. So I was able to like move forward with a bunch of like amazing features that don't like pose any risk and actually enhance security, especially for folks who want to secure large amounts of funds. So um, again, huge advancements here. Cancellation, there's this whole document in the contracts repo here that kind of like breaks down the differences between Quai Vault and Gnosis Safe. Um, at the end of the day, um, there's a security model summary at the bottom here, and the only thing that Safe has that Quai Vault doesn't is 5+ years of securing $100 billion, and a mature ecosystem. Oh, one other thing, one other thing I learned about Safe that I did not realize. Okay, and I dug into this. Like all of this is true, but if you didn't realize it, you might not catch it because it's happening in the app, but you're actually approving transactions off chain, right? So the signatures are being collected off of the blockchain and they're being submitted in a batch, right? So like you can't even revoke an approval on a safe contract, and the only way they like protect that is through their like nonce ordering, right? So at the end of the day, like the on-chain per approval like per owner mapping is far more secure, right? So, um, like remember, like the actual approvals to those transactions are happening off chain, right? So that can be gamed, that can be social engineered, and those approvals can actually be hijacked. Totally not possible on Quai Vault when everything is happening on chain, which is like insane. So I can't believe I ended up in this situation, but like huge improvements to security. Plus now we have token handling and NFT handling and those goddamn trans tokens, ERC 1155s. All that's baked in, and right now we're just trying to fucking get the app to deploy vaults. Christopher says, if transaction ordering has such a glaring flaw, why do you think they haven't changed it after all these years? That's a good question, man. Like, I mean, I dug into the repos and like was pointed at like how it actually works. Um, Honestly, like I think their model is baked in this like transaction ordering system here. So, in order for them to like update this at this point, it would require like cascading refactors, ecosystem updates, and they would have to like show face and like poke all their users to like move their funds to new contracts. So I don't know, honestly. They implemented this Zodiac interface for modules, and so now basically they extend their core multi-sig contract through these modules. But the problem with modules, right, is that they have basically like admin rights to do anything with um, with your safe. So I don't know, man. Based on everything I know right now, like this is not ideal. Like Gnosis Safe is not, and I mean obviously it's working. As long as you keep your owner keys secure, you're good. Um, but there's clearly better architectures. Clearly there's better architectures here. So that's what we've implemented with Quai Vault. Yeah, tech debt maybe. Um, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I honestly like, yeah, I think there's a lot of tech debt involved. And at this point, right, like, who's gonna tell a customer storing, $1 billion in a vault that they have to move? I mean, clearly you should. Um, you just don't want that to be public, right? All right, let's try this again. There we go. All right, let's launch a vault, guys. Copy address. Add owner. Copy address. Add an owner. Add another owner. Copy address. Paste. Two. So, and the thing is, like, you can update this minimum execution delay or time lock later. Um, there we go. Bingo. Deploying a vault. Vault address. Boom.
They throw that at for D. I turn it into gold. Stay cool in the chaos. Heart pure, mind bold. They swear they token is the second sun.
Oh, we're
They
probably
never
waiting
read a
for
page of the work we've done. I talk
the
through
indexer
what's
to
safe
catch
to
up.
scale. They talk memes and a promise on a paper trail. I see fear in the jokes they make. I see doubt in the pose they fake. I let data do the heavy lift. Truth in the code, that's the gift. I'm in the crypto trenches, soul on the line. Turning all that chatter into signal in time. They told that if we D, I turn it into
Oh,
gold.
that was
Stay
slow.
sharp for the timeline. Too smooth to fold. I'm in the crypto trenches. Watch me rise slow. Building something honest while the loud ones pose. They throw that if we D, I turn it into gold. Stay cool in the chaos. Heart pure, mind bold. Heart pure, mind.
0019. Yep, that's it.
You can scream in the thread, I'll still be kind. Let the numbers pass me by.
Okay.
The dust
Next
off
problem.
settles and the hype runs dry. Only solid ground is the reason why.
Let's try. But the website is having issues loading it. It just says the indexer caught it though. Perhaps we're validating addresses wrong. Stored in indexer lowercase. Powerful call went for 90 minutes today. Damn. Glad it went well though.
KWHY, cut the cap, you lag, and I spit the map. It's lights on chain, shed, and three locks on the vault. Triple check that key. Three algos on guard. Who you trying to breach me? Native code on the metal. I don't bend for a crutch. You a payment postcard. I'm a world you can touch. Speed in my spine, still the base layer stable. You only quick till a mempool turn fatal. Quai versus Casper, line them up. Who next? Utility speed, security, decentral flex. You talk blocks, I talk worlds. That's a different check. Put your ghost in the DAG. I put your chain in the deck. Name ring bells, cast for 1,000 blocks in a blink. Go stay grab. Watch the timestamp sink through put thick. See the numbers. Don't lie. You busy with your
This
gas.
wallet
Double
exists,
cross in the
right?
sky. One guard
Yeah.
dog on the porch. Still nobody inside. Simple stack, less parts, smaller surface to hide. You chasing contracts. Bloated toys in the
Yep,
cold.
it
I'm clean, I'm
exists.
lean, I'm the lane for pure score. Quai versus Casper, line them up. Who next? Utility speed, security, decentral flex. You talk blocks, I talk worlds. That's a different check. Put your ghost in the DAG. I put your chain in the deck. You brag one guard dog, that's one point of fail. I got three different shooters on rotational rail. You a single seat shuttle, I'm a sharded rail line. Every carriage moves parallel, still stay in line. You can count your blocks, I count apps and states. Real builders need op codes, baking the base. You flex ghost egg math like a college essay, but you can't run logic. You just pass and pray. Where your
Yeah,
contract?
man.
Got hacks
I
in the
mean, when there's
safe.
like
Where your shipping?
billions of dollars on the line, I mean, like I went and did a crap ton of research. Obviously, I had AI help me out here, but I was like, like I was scratching my head like all day on Saturday and Friday night, and I was like, why? Like, why am I building this? Like, why is it going in this direction? And like, what is like absolutely necessary here? Um, and like, I even had like the AI, like, get real creative on analyzing like all the attack vectors and everything. And like, at the end of the day, what I found out is like everybody's doing this off chain, right? Like, there's a reason, like, even when you have a multi-sig, like, you have custodians, like, collecting those signatures, holding on to it, doing their own, like, off chain, like, time lock. Um, we have other features now, too. So, like, transactions actually expire. So, if somebody builds, like, any kind of automation for their multi-sig, right? Not only can they implement time locks, but they can actually like set transactions to expire, right? Um, if they expect to achieve quorum in like 24 hours and, like not being able to achieve quorum in 24 hours is like a sign that something's wrong, that transaction automatically expires on chain. And so they could totally configure this thing to be super robust.
Yeah. Chain versus chain. Quai network. Casper. Step in the ring. Look, look. Names Quai split blocks like a surgeon.
Oh
Every
yeah.
move a
Yeah,
machine
so
like
like
Quark on immersion. Three locks on the
you
Vulcan.
can
One
set
leg kick
a
and you gon' be
default
dead on the door.
time
Lock
lock
secure to me, nigga. Keep it
on
on chain.
every Quai Vault transaction, or you can set it per
Some crazy
transaction,
production. The ghost
right?
got jets
So
in the
if you
sky.
have
Galactic
a
airways,
policy that
radio
says like, hey, we need
frequencies
a
in the sky.
3 day
Speed on 10,
execution delay on all transfers like over $100,000, or we need, a 5 day execution delay on all transfers over $1 million. Like you can set it per transaction. You can also set the expiration per transaction. You can't set a default expiration for every transaction, but you can set the expiration like per transaction. So you say like, this transfer has this transaction has an expiration of 24 hours, or this transfer will expire on, like this transaction will expire on this date, so it has to execute before that date, right? And there's even like checks in there, so where like if you try to set an expiration in the next 5 minutes, but your execution delay is 10 hours, like that's not going to fly, right? Obviously, that transaction is going to expire. Yeah, so I mean, like, those two features alone are just like huge unlocks for securing massive amounts of funds, plus like the on-chain approvals and the parallel transaction processing. Like, this thing's rock solid, man. Yeah, yeah, you can set them per transaction. There's no like default for all transactions. You have to set them per transaction. But you can also choose to not do any of this, right? You can say there's no execution delay, there's no expiration, and again, like, you know, these are just like safety measures, right? Now, if you actually need to use your safety measure, um, like transactions that adjust your vault configuration bypass all those safety measures. So that's your like safety valve, right? Like, hey, I set an execution delay of 5 days. Good thing I fucking set that execution delay of 5 days. Like somebody like compromised our keys. Now I need to like change all the owners out. Like you can do that, get that done, right? Um, and then you can even like cancel that transaction, or do whatever you need to with access to the private keys that you have currently. So um, I'm super bullish on it, super bullish on it. And now, like again, we're supporting like all the token standards. We're supporting DeFi with like message signing, so like you can propose multi-sig approval process to sign a message. Um, so like if you want your vault to do like a call on a token at a certain price, right? Like you can sign that message, um, and have a multi-sig approval. Like, hey, we all approve like signing this message to put this call order in. Um, and then like something changes, and you're like, hey, like we don't want that call in order anymore. Like you can do another approval process to unsign that message. And again, all this happens on chain with Gnosis Safe. It either happens off chain or it happens through modules that have like carte blanche access to your vault. So it's I don't know, man. It just feels like the right way forward, honestly. And I just did like some massive overhauls to the front end in order to support all this. So I just don't know why this wallet's not loading. it's just it's just freaking sitting here spinning. Like we deployed it, it exists. Nope. Yeah, let's Nope. Still still says something funny going on here. Let's see here. Let's create a new no, we want a new terminal. Curl HTTP localhost 8081 healthy. Oh, it's loading now.
To the central gods, bow to they fees. We run via the planet, plug humanity in series. You talk sound money, but you live on a glitch. Every stimulus pitch, just exposing your rich.
Okay. Well, anyways, guys. Boom. Here we go. So we can adjust our time lock here. We can set minutes, hours, days. We probably want to update that on this page, right? Minimum execution delay. We'll work on that later. Modules. We can add the social recovery module. I got rid of the daily limit, the whitelist module. It just wasn't worth it. It honestly like wasn't worth it. It actually is, yeah, just not worth it, like at all, frankly. Um, if somebody actually needs that feature, we'll build them another module for it. But the way they were currently created was just like causing more headache than it was worth at the end of the day. We're gonna follow the standard Zodiac avatar interface for modules. Um, but yeah, boom, new features. Okay, sign a message, right? Here's the message to sign, info format, hex or text. You can also unsign a message. So let's just experiment with this one for a second. Um, Quai Vault rocks. Boom. Here's the message hash. We can propose signing this message. So again, this is typically used for DeFi. You know, like if you want to again place a call order, and you know when the DEX attempts to resolve it, it'll check your vault to see if the message is valid, and if you've unsigned it at that point, in other words, you revoked your call order, that transaction won't go through. However, if you've achieved quorum and decided to keep that call order, that order is going to go through. Is I think Orchard's having issues right now, guys. I think that's what's happening. To be blatantly honest with you. Hmm. Yeah, I think Orchard's having issues right now.
Chains collide, the blocks ignite. Digital zone, endless fight. Endorse the rebels' creed against the fiat. Their hearts
Let me
alive.
revert any of the changes we just made. Oh man. No? Okay. Alright, so that went through. Yeah, man, Orchard's having some issues right now. Anyways, look at this. Signed message. Boom. Approve. Approve. Christopher, you're gonna like this next one, man. I know you were playing around with Quai Vault quite a bit. There was a latent feature that we just didn't enable until recently, so I'll demonstrate that in a second. It's called approve and execute. Gosh, save you some freaking gas, right? Yeah, let's refresh this. Boom. So this is going to be the second approval. Look at this. Look at this. We get to approve and execute in one go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Rock on. Boom. All right. Go to transaction history. Here we go. We signed a message. Super cool. All right. Let's let's find out if we can unsign a message. How do I unsign a message? I just lost the message, guys. I don't even know what we signed. Um. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at uh unsigned message. in the new TX transaction page. Is it possible to elevate past signed messages so we can select them and unsign them in the UI without having to re-input the message? Totally didn't think about this feature. Ah, man, so many edge cases here. Anyways, Claude chokes on that. Let me demonstrate some other things. So, new transaction. We're gonna make a contract call, guys. We're gonna mint an NFT here. Let's go to testnet. We have the Mojis project on testnet now, so I'm gonna copy this contract address. Okay, I'm gonna paste this contract address in here. Boom! Automatically detected ERC 721 NFT contract. We snag the ABI from IPFS, and now we can select a function on this contract. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's a drop-down window. I promise it's there. But we're gonna select mint, right? And we're gonna mint an NFT to our vault here. So let's propose this transaction. Nice. Boom. All right, let's approve it. All right, it's approved. Let's switch wallets here. Come on. Whoa, what's going on? What did I just do? There we go. That's with my UI somehow. All right, let's connect our wallet. Connect, and approve and execute. This is going to mint an NFT. We are approving a mint transaction on the Mojis project over here. Transaction approved and executed. Super cool. Super cool. Now, if I refresh, we should see. Oh my gosh. Is Orchard struggling again? Come on. Refresh. What? I think Orchard's having issues today, guys. Come on. What the heck? What is going on, party people? What is going on? Alright, let's see here. Where should a list of signed messages appear in the unsigned flow? Inline in signed message form. Let's try that. What is going on here?
Chains collide, a spark ignites. Quai and ocean, endless fights. Fiat crumbles, the lies exposed. Central fraud, your time is closed. Digital armies, we rise in code. Power unleashed, a rebel node. Merge chains, break the lies. Crypto warriors, watch it rise. Decentralized, we hold the key. On the printer, set us free. Set us free. Blocks are forged in molten steel. Proof
Is
of
it my super
breaking
base?
our righteous seal.
Super base got issues?
Paper burns, the truth revealed. Sovereign power no longer concealed. Hashing thunderstorm we bring. Echoes loud, our freedom sings. Merge the chains, break the lies. Crypto warriors, watch it rise.
What is
Decentralized,
going
we
on?
hold the key. Burn the printers, set us free.
What are you building, Christopher? Yeah, man. Screw coding. You don't need code. What's going on?
Binary dreams, code spills like ink. Blocks on the chain, faster than you think. Doge in the dojo, shadow moves tight. Fiat the ghost, fading in the night. Quiet whispers, merging like a spell. Minus some songs, a digital carousel. Centralized fraud, they print and pretend. While we stack proof, chains never bend. Merge the chains, let the blocks unite. Quiet those setting wrongs to right. Fiat falls, can't stop the flood. Money printer cries, drowning in the
Oh, you're
mud.
just using the skill.
Merge the chains, we're taking flight. Decentralized, dawn of
I made a
modern
bunch of
life.
changes.
Hash rates climb, they scale the peaks. Algorithms
I
dance,
didn't make any
secrets
changes.
speak. Wallets
To your skill?
vibrate,
I
heavyweights
literally just
vibrate.
downloaded your
Rhythm and
skill
gear,
and fed it
fate
into
to
my bot.
fate. Power to the peer, no puppets, no strings. Code is the crown, blockchain kings. They print lies, but we stack proof. Crypto soldiers, bulletproof. Fingers on the ledger, truth in my hand. Decentralized beats, no master's command.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what changes I made, man. You got me really confused right now. I gotta check freaking X. Oh,
Whispers merging like a spell.
no,
Mind
you're in the
scrolling through
zone.
the digital
Christopher's
space.
locked in.
Neutralize fraud they print and pretend while we sex fruit. Chains never bend. Yeah, yeah, man. Hash rates climb, they scale the peaks. Algorithms dance, secrets they speak. Wallets in my pocket, heavy with weight. Fiat in the gutter, meet your fate. Power to the peer, no puppets, no strings. Code is the crown, blockchain kings.
Indexer's up. What's going on? It's stuck loading and then times out. The indexer and the RPC seem fine. Try them for yourself. uh, what up, Jim? Welcome to the chat, man. We gotta get you hooked up with
In the
some
temple of
Quai.
blockchain, the code is tight. Casting spells in the ledger through the shadowy night. Merge mine and
There you
rituals,
are.
coins intertwined.
I found you
Blood
this
in the
time.
Doge, a digital
Pretty
shrine.
quick, too.
Fiat whisper, snakes in disguise.
Oh, man.
Printing
I don't
lines
got a tweet to
disguised by
tip.
prize.
Jim, help me
Wizardry
out. I need
rituals
a tweet
written
to
on
tip, man.
chains. Breaking the shackles, no room for the stains. Cryptic alchemy, Quai and Doge combined. Fiat falls apart, their power decline.
By changes, I just mean the website it popped out for you was radically different. Yeah, so FYI, I definitely used Claude Opus and not Chat GPT. Um, if you read up in that,
The blockchain forever will last. Runes in the wallet, encrypted gold. Keys unlock secrets, the brave and the bold.
man, what is
Centralized
going on
pharaohs,
here?
empires of dust. We crush their
This
pyramids
is
to
weird.
rebuild
This
the
is
trust.
weird.
Digital chants, miners hum the hymn. Proof of work armies tearing the skin. Fiat kings tremble in their castles on sand. The people rise up with code in their hand. A ledger of freedom, no chains to bind. Quai
Okay.
and Doge merge, a union divine.
Okay. Yeah, Claude is definitely way better, especially if you want to one-shot a website. But AI is not deterministic, so I would totally expect your website to look completely different than my website.
The spell of the blockchain forever will last.
let's try this again. Refresh. What the heck is the deal, y'all?
Lights flash, the code ignites. Digital rebels in the neon nights. Quai and Doge, we're bound to rise. Fiat's just a web of lies. Merge the change, feel the flow.
Still
Decentralize,
just
let the
loading.
truth show.
What the heck, guys? Is it? I can't tell if this is
Break the
an
game,
orchard issue
Doge and Quai, they'll know our name.
or
Print the
what.
fraud, we'll print our
Like,
fate.
what did we do to break this
Crypto
thing?
dreams
It was
will
literally just working.
dominate.
Oh, blocks are being mined. RPC's definitely up. We got the right RPC URLs in here.
Mining blocks, we stack that truth. Electric veins in the blockchain's roots. Central banks can cage the sky. Doge and Quai will testify. Merge the chains, feel the flow. Decentralize, let the truth show.
You know what we did is like this app was like doing two things. It was using the wallet for some queries and it was using a JSON RPC provider for other queries. And a while ago, I told it to just like only use the wallet,
Merge the
and that might
chains,
have broken
feel the
things.
flame. Doge and Quai, they'll know our name. Print the fraud, we'll print our fate. Crypto dreams will dominate.
Yeah, alright, let's try this again. Nope, no dice. No dice. No dice.
Lights flash, the code ignites.
Didn't work.
Digital rebels in the neon nights. Quai and Doge, we're bound to
Didn't
rise.
work.
Fear's just a web of lies. Merge the chains, feel the flow.
Gosh dang JavaScript.
Decentralize, let the
Gosh
truth
dang JavaScript.
show.
Watch me run out of credits on this one. Oh man, we are way over time, guys. Dang, I gotta keep cooking on this, but we gotta take the fiance to yoga. Shoot. All right. Well, apologies, folks. That's gonna be a wrap for today. Really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Thanks for jamming with me on freaking Entropic. Dope freaking dashboard. Shout out to Christopher for the skill here, and an Iran crisis monitor. We effectively one-shotted these with a few skills added to Entropic. So uh, shout out Entropic and the skills. We use Christopher's mining hardware skill and strike radar and news API. And then we used here.now to host the websites, folks. So just remember, your AI agent can deploy sites to here.now, but if you want to keep them, go create an account. It's totally free. You get an API key. Your agent will give you a link to claim your websites, and that's how you do it. Use the API key to keep them fresh. So, with that, folks, per usual, check the QR code up above. Make sure you're signed up for Kipper.money. Say hi in this chat. Earn some Quai just for doing so. That's what we like to do around here. Is just diffuse Quai Network as much as possible. Make sure you check out Quai Network on X. Major announcements released earlier this week. A bunch of changes coming, big news, a lot of good things cooking around here. Community's absolutely hyped. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to hang out with all of you every day in this space. The only place in crypto where the vibes are still high. If you need that Quai, guys, Kipper.money is the best way to get your hands on it. Engage with us on X and earn some Quai just for doing so. If you need more, we are traded on Mexi, Gate.io, and L-Bank. Kraken integration is underway, folks. That team's cooking. That is right around the corner. Keep your eyes peeled for that. You're still early over here at Quai Network. You can swap those useless tokens for more useful ones over at Change Hero, Swapspace, Let's Exchange. You can buy Quai at buyquai.com. What else? You can head on over to Docs to swap for useful tokens over on Base now, thanks to our partners over at Symbiosis, bridging Quai to Base and USDT onto Quai. That's right, folks. We have USDT on Quai. Keep your eyes peeled for more announcements on that. A lot of stuff to build over here. The team is working hard behind the scenes. Use the docs, double check that contract address, and check out these dexes that I tested live on. Oh man, I don't know why these aren't rendering anymore. Anyways, we'll get that fixed. But 7 dexes fully tested with live real money on this live stream in the past. So many ways to get your hands on Quai. Keep your eyes peeled for even more updates. I'll catch you guys with Dr. K tomorrow in the Tech AMA. Hope you have a good evening, morning, night, wherever you're at. Love your face. Good luck. High five. See you guys tomorrow.